Okay, we should be good to go. I'm going to be talking a little bit more quiet today because, what do you want, pup? You had enough peanut butter. I'm going to be talking a little bit more quietly today because my voice is a little bit shot from talking the last day or two. Just a lot of stuff going on. So I want to ease back into doing some work. The last thing I had was kind of setting up Valkey and stuff just because it's not really necessary right now, but I just wanted something easy. It would be kind of a nice little game. So this will let us do distributed rate limiting. Right now in happy groups, the rate limiting is node local. It's just within the cache on the node. Let's see if we go here. What am I looking at? Server. Lib. I'll do it this way. Server rate limiter. Happy group server rate limiter. Yeah, so last stream I looked up, could we use something like Mnesia so that we wouldn't have to set up Valkey? That was kind of what I was hoping for in using Elixir, was that I could avoid some infra. I think you can, but it doesn't really work super well with Kubernetes, where you're having potentially pods that can spin up and down at will. Like, the thing with Elixir is in theory, you can just avoid doing Kubernetes too. Like, I could have just deployed Elixir inside of VMs on each of the Proxmox hosts. That would have been a totally valid way to go. And you don't really need Kubernetes. But the benefit to me with Kubernetes is if I deploy everything, I don't have to pay for a bunch of stuff. So, like, if I want to set up Postgres or something, sure, I could just set up a VM for Postgres or Vitess or anything like that. But Kubernetes makes it so much easier with the Helm charts and stuff to get started, to be able to monitor everything, to just have a single consistent way to do stuff. So, yeah, I mean, I feel like Kubernetes is worth setting up, and it's kind of the same thing with like Valkey or Redis or something like that. Like, you can avoid setting it up if you use Elixir, but I don't really. The main reason I want to use Elixir is because of the sort of safety guarantees you get around building within it, so that I don't have to build a bunch of microservices up front. That's really the main thing it helps me avoid doing. You can't avoid setting up infra because of it, but I think in the long run, you still want that infra anyways. So yeah, let's go ahead and set up Valkey. I don't know if there's stuff to figure out. I'll probably want to set up distributed Valkey. I need to take a look at what we got going on here. Yeah, so a couple of our tasks are reworking happy groups so that happy groups is it like a demo path, and that we can have login and stuff there. And then this one was thinking about the history. And ultimately, the last stream I decided that I will support history up front for groups. So the group history will be encrypted and stored on the server. I was kind of going to try to avoid this, but ultimately after I set up registration, I'm like, I'd really like to be able to let people sign up on web. And if I don't do history, then really I need them to sign up on mobile, which means I have to do mobile first. And web sign up would be more of just like a linking the device to your account. And so you'd have like a primary device and you'd have secondary devices. It's okay, but I really prefer something like this where they can log in from anywhere and just have access to their data. It's less secure, that's just the trade-off, but it's still orders of magnitude more secure than anything, any other service you use, so I'm gonna live with that trade-off. It's like I've talked about this a few other times. It's more similar to Bitwarden or Proton Mail or things like that. Yeah, that was thinking about this stuff. I think we'll keep these open. And we have a few windows over here. we can start doing some Valkey stuff. Okay. For Valkey, let's go ahead. Let me exit out of this. I've had issues before where Claude, you clear the context and it's not actually cleared. Every single time I exit out of it now because I don't want a situation where it's like using some context to something completely unrelated. Go ahead and create a plan, implement Valkey. Let's see. We'll probably want to set this up in at core at core. And then we'll want to let me think. We'll want to start ask any question. Ask as many questions as are useful for figuring out what we should do. Use context 7. Look up any. All right. I'm excited to get back into doing a little bit of this work. She's whining about something. I need to. I don't know if she wants to go outside. Where's everything? I might need to take her out in a second. Already took her out, but again. I'm also trying today. I need to take a look. Yeah. Man. So I noticed when I watched some of the videos back that I have a lot of dropped frames. I was trying to address that. It's because I'm on Starlink. And so I was on 6,000 kilobits per second. That's kind of like the minimum you want for 1440p NVENC encoding. Now I'm on 4,500. But it seems like I've already dropped some frames. Hopefully there's a minimal amount. We'll see. And I'll also watch it back later.
Permission requested. Permission requested.
But I also
Query
need
Valkey
to
documentation for distributed setup configuration.
need to see how the quality looks. How's my audio?
Permission requested. Answer user questions about Valkey topology, use case, access scope, and deployment method.
Yeah, 1440p looks fine. I mean, there's not a lot changing. I think it should be okay. Let me just kind of scroll around. Yeah, I think... I'm wondering if I can lower it down to 4000. If I have a lot more dropped frame, I might lower it down to 4000 kilobits per second, but it's just not ideal for 1440p. But it's not a game, so there's not a lot of stuff moving around. But let's see. What does distributed mean? Valkey has two topologies. Data is sharded across multiple primaries via hash slots. Each primary has replicas, horizontal scalability, but clients must be cluster aware. Multi-key operations are limited to same slot keys. Single primary with replicas plus Sentinel for automatic failure. Simpler client support, all commands work, but limited by single primary write-through. Valkey scales horizontally with the deployment topology called Valkey cluster. This topic will teach you how to set up... okay. Valkey cluster 101. Valkey cluster provides a way to run Valkey installations. Installation where data is automatically sharded across multiple Valkey nodes. Valkey cluster also provides some degree of availability during partitions. Practical terms, the availability to continue operations when some nodes fail or are unable to communicate. However, the cluster will become unavailable in the event of larger failures when the majority of primaries. So with Valkey cluster, you get the ability to automatically split your data set across multiple nodes, continue operations when a subset of the nodes are experiencing failure. Yeah, I mean, normal. I wonder, there must be some what is the word? Like metadata service or something. What is it? Raft and E. Okay. I don't know how Valkey actually does consensus. Let's see. Claude. I mean, it does. No. Valkey does not have a formal consensus protocol. Its architecture is based primary replica asynchronous replication. Writes go to a primary node and are replicated. For cluster mode, it uses gossip. Node discovery and failure detection also has failover election mechanism. Yeah, that's right. It doesn't guarantee linearizability or strong consistency. So if you need strong consistency guarantees, e.g. for distributed locks, yeah, that makes sense. You don't usually, I mean, if you don't, like, you don't immediately need, if you write it to one cluster and then immediately read from the cluster, it might not be in there. But most of the time, if you're reading on a subsequent request or something, you're probably fine. Hmm. This is Martin Kleppmann. Redis. How to do distributed logging. I came across a book called Redlock on the Redis website. The algorithm claims to implement fault-tolerant distributed locks on top of Redis. Since there are over 10 independent implementations of Redlock and we don't know who started relying on this, I thought it'd be worth sharing some notes. Let me say I quite like Redis, and I have successfully used it in production in the past. I think it's a good fit in situations where you want to share some transient, approximate, fast-changing data between servers, and where it's not a big deal if you occasionally lose the data for whatever reason. For example, a good use case is maintaining request counters per IP address for rate-limiting purposes and sets of distinct IP addresses per user. That's interesting. I mean, we just use phone numbers instead of user IDs, but... However, Redis has been gradually making inroads into areas of data management where there are stronger consistency and durability expectations. This is not what Redis is designed for. Arguably, distributed locking is one of those areas. I read this about cluster. Limited to same slot keys. What does that say? That related concepts path. In a Valkey cluster, the key space is divided into 60,000 hash slots. When a client sends a command, it needs to know or learn which node moves. Which node moves. I read that word and stuff. Which node owns the slot for that key? When the client sends the command, it needs to know or learn which node owns the slot. If the client sends a request to the wrong node, it gets back a move to redirect, telling it to try the correct one. Cluster where client handles this automatically at maps, maintains a map of slots to nodes and routes commands to the right places. Updating the map when the topology changes. A naive client that just connects to one node won't work properly. Most mature clients have cluster mode built in. I'm using Elixir Phoenix. Are they cluster aware? I think Phoenix has some native integrations with Redis. Same slot key restriction. Any operation that stores multiple keys require all those keys to live in the same hash slot. I see. So if you want to do multiple set, multiple get, Valkey has no cross-node transaction or coordination mechanism. Gotcha. You can't get keys across multiple instances. It's not the end of the world if I do single instance with failover, because it's pretty easy to switch out Redis later. But the thing is like if your client needs to be aware of these things, then that's a little bit harder. Short answer is that Redis is not cluster aware. The straightforward driver focused on speed. It maps each Elixir process. Single TCP connection. One Valkey node. Supports Sentinel for high availability failover, but does not the cluster protocol with hash slot routing. I read that Phoenix some native integrations or plugins. Phoenix PubSub Redis is an official Redis PubSub adapter. Lets multiple Phoenix nodes coordinate through Redis so that broadcasts reach all connected clients regardless of what node they're on. Setup is minimal. You add the dependency and configure the PubSub adapter. Typical use case is exactly what you'd expect. You want to scale multiple Phoenix servers behind a load balancer. WebSocket connections land on different nodes, and without a shared broadcast mechanism, messages don't reach all browsers. The Redis adapter solves this by having all nodes subscribe to a shared Redis PubSub channel. The other notable integration is Redbird, a Redis session adapter. That said, it's worth circling back to what we discussed earlier. For PubSub specifically, Phoenix's default adapter already handles multi-node broadcasting using Erlang's built-in distribution. My Elixir servers are on Kubernetes, and I read that it can be difficult to get clustering working properly on Kube. I guess maybe difference between clustering alone and stuff like Mnesia. Touching on two separate things, and you're right that they have different difficulty levels. Basic Erlang clustering in Kubernetes is actually pretty well solved. The library libcluster handles node discovery, and it has a Kubernetes strategy that uses the K8s API to find other pods. You configure it with your headless service, and nodes find each other automatically. The main gotchas are making sure you're using a headless service so DNS resolves to individual pod IPs. Setting the Erlang node names to use the pod's fully qualified domain. It's a bit of configuration work, but it's well documented. People run in production. Libraries like libcluster and tools like Peerage exist precisely because it's a solved problem. Where it gets trickier is what you do on top of that cluster, which is your second question. Okay, so we gotta do a couple things. Let's do this first. Clear. Can you create a plan to make sure we have clustering set up properly? Are at server Elixir service at server I imagine we'll server. Where it gets trickier is what you do on top of that cluster, which is your second question. PubSub over a connected cluster is easy, once nodes can see each other. Phoenix PubSub just works, messages get broadcast, live view updates propagate, channels fan out, process groups, PGR lightweight and tolerate nodes, joining and leave gracefully. This is the happy path. Mnesia on Kubernetes is a different piece entirely. A mob? Come on. Talking to someone about. So all my info, obviously, if anyone's been watching, is in TypeScript, which is really nice. So, my Grafana dashboards are in TypeScript. So if we were to go to Grafana DNS or something, So this is all in TypeScript, and the advantage of TypeScript, right, is we can just use React. So I created that Grafana React package, and this lets you do some nice stuff like this. And then on top of that, you know, eventually one thing I would get to is my alerts, metrics, alert groups, / something. So these alert definitions, it doesn't want to take me there. These alert definitions, right, I can just link these up to my dashboards directly, which is nice. This is something like, I don't know any other place that can really even do this. And so anyway, it's just really nice. Like, and then I can define, you know, my DNS stuff in a single place. I can use these for my VMs. I can use it for my dashboards, all sorts of different stuff. VMs, Kubernetes, whatever. And so, yeah, this is really nice. Most places, though, have been using Terraform. I can't stand Terraform because of how simple of a language it is. So then there's things like TerraGrunt to generate Terraform. And TerraGrunt is like a separate DSL, right? And so, you know, that's kind of like the strategy a lot of people take is you make a DSL, you make a DSL for the DSL. When it's like you could just do this in a real language. And like I don't particularly care if it's TypeScript or, you know, Python or Starlark or some other language. Python / Starlark or TypeScript are these sort of obvious ones. They're the easiest ones to write, and you don't really need high performance for this stuff. But it doesn't really matter as long as it's any
Permission
real language.
requested. Exit plan mode to enable Elixir clustering for Happy Group server.
Okay, let's focus. Too much messaging, too much talking. My voice is not too bad when I'm talking low like this. Yeah, I think when I get, I don't know, excited's not the right word, but enthusiastic about stuff, I talk more loudly. And I just kill my voice. I don't even notice I'm doing it. Let's see what I was saying about this Mnesia. Mnesia was designed for a world where nodes are long-lived, have stable identities, and don't come and go unpredictably. Basically the opposite of Kubernetes model. The problems you include Mnesia expects to know its cluster members up front and get confused when pods are rescheduled with new identities. Split brain states. Yeah. Sub-presence. Yeah. This is the conclusion we always come to, Claude. You and me. So, I just thought maybe like there's some other path, but I don't, maybe there is if you really know Elixir well, but this seems to be the obvious path. A couple of average guys like us, Claude. What we're doing. Picking the average path. Straightforward path. Actually, strong argument for using Valkey and Redis for your caching and persistent shared state, even in Elixir. I need like honey or something for my throat. Offload durable or shared state to Valkey. So you think we need Sentinel? Sentinel setup rather sharded setup? How do we eventually scale on Redis? Should we consider memcached router? Do. Okay, I was trying to see too if thing too. I wanted to pick up a new lens for my. I switched from my Sony a6000 to my Panasonic. Yeah, Pup. You want Pup? You want? I switched from, so I had my Sony a6000 and I had a prime lens on that, which was working okay. But the Sony's just, the a6000 is so old now. The processing isn't really great for like this situation where it's nighttime. The light isn't great. And also it wasn't as good even during the daytime. It would like blow out. The sort of, what is it called? The not auto exposure, but the kind of like dynamic exposure, where it lowers because like the back wall behind me blows out from the windows being open, and then my face is too dark or it's too bright or whatever. The Sony doesn't handle that super well. That's like the thing the iPhone handles extremely well. But this camera is better. It's actually funny though, like the lens is really one of the biggest things, but I mean, if you put an iPhone up there, it's like, I mean, it's like 80% the quality. You lose the bokeh effect because you don't have the lenses. You don't have the aperture to open up. But I mean, it's really pretty good to just use like an iPhone as your webcam. Yeah. No, but I'd like to get a prime lens for this camera. I have I think it's an f4 16 to 35 millimeter. And I'd like to get either a 24 millimeter f1.8 or an 18 millimeter f1.8. I was looking at some used ones, and the issue I think right now is I'm on 20 millimeters. It seems to be the ideal thing. So I could do 18 mils, but it's a lot more zoomed out, or I could do 20 zoomed in. The thing for me is if I do 18 mils, I gotta crop in, which lowers some of the value of having like your full frame sensor, as well as the resolution. the full frame sensor, you lose light by propping in like that, effectively making it a smaller sensor. Which is not terrible, but you know, it's nice to just, if you're gonna leave it in a corner as a webcam, sometimes it's nice to have it's proper for it. I could move it forward a little bit, an option. So do that. Get the 18mm, move it forward. Not really important stuff. Okay, good question. There are actually more options than just Sentinel versus cluster here. Let me think through the scaling paths. Sufficient knowledge to address infrastructure scaling questions. Really good question. The answer depends on what you're using the cache for. Let me lay out the options. Sentinel might be good enough for longer than you think. A single Valkey primary with replicas can handle a lot. Valkey is single-threaded for command execution, but with Valkey 8 plus multi-threaded I/O, a single node can saturate a 25 gigabit per second network link and handle hundreds of thousands of operations per second. Let's do this. We're gonna need another open code for this. Open code. Yeah, I think my a lot better for my lighting situation. I'll have to go back and look at some video with the other camera. Similar situation. This stuff. I guess my music was probably a little bit. Yeah, it's a little left. Go down a little bit. This is my ASMR voice. You're trying to go to sleep. I'm here to put you to sleep. We'll play the lullaby music. Until pup barks. I'm worried about pup. Sentinel might be enough. 25 gigabits per second. I mean, this is all fine. It's just eventually you start to hit issues here. It's probably fine enough for a long time. The upside, like I said, I'm not super worried about if I can swap the cache out later, as long as it's a relatively simple, straightforward thing to do. But the problem is when it requires your client to be different, or you use things that you just aren't able to use, like you use, for example, like multi-git or multi-set, and then you shard it, and then none of that works anymore, and you know, that's easy to break stuff, and you gotta figure out how to handle every single case that you did that. When you outgrow Sentinel, the proxy approach is in. Rather than requiring a cluster-aware client, you can put a proxy in front of Valkey cluster that handles the slot routing transparently. Shot over proxy, for example, can sit between cluster-unaware clients and a Valkey cluster. That's cool. There are also Valkey cluster proxy, a lightweight Go-based proxy that handles slot routing. Move to ask. With either of these, Redis just talk to what looks like a single Valkey instance. The proxy handles the rest. Make routers, Facebook's. I was just zoned out there for a second. I was thinking about the past. I was thinking about Kubernetes and EKS and stuff. Zoned out. I think I thought about Go, and then I thought about Kubernetes, and then I thought about EKS. Flashbacks. With either of these Redis just talks. Yeah, I agree. Make router is Facebook's memcache protocol router and handles roughly 5 billion requests. 5 billion. Nothing. 5 billion is such a funny number of requests per second because it's like so many people there are, roughly, you know what I mean? Like within order of magnitude. So it's like, why are you making so many requests? Like for every user that's logged in, you're making on the order of, I don't know how many users are concurrent on Facebook at any given time, probably 500 million-ish, 100 million? So you're talking, you know, at least something like 10 to 50 requests per second per user logged into the platform. Interesting. Obviously, a lot of this is probably back-end stuff. Who knows? Funny. One trillion requests per second. Double it. 100 trillion. Quadrillion. Yeah, I agree with it. I agree. Okay. This affects persistent sizing of ephemeral cache with it. I don't know, actually, I gotta think about it. What do you think that this plan to enable clustering for what? Actually, probably not. Think about what happens if Valkey restarts and rate limiting data is gone. You briefly get a window where their counter is reset. For most rate limiting scenarios, API throttling login attempts abuse is perfect virtual trade-off. The window is short. Okay. Yeah, I agree with this. I forgot. We don't need precision. Should other clusters connect to this Valkey instance? Shared cross-cluster. Expose via metal LB load balancer export connection. Gotta. Why are you on it? If not. What's still open source? The packaged OCI charts remain available but no longer receive updates. Freaking toes hurt. I think it's from my what are they called? The glove shoes. And running in those glove shoes. And my two toes there. The two center toes next to the big toe. they get some kind of pressure on them. I think mine are longer or something than the shoes allow. Okay, I'll take you outside, but let me just read this real. What's going on? The real risk for your Valkey chart, but other projects. You want to either use the official. Why would you ever want to use? The official chart currently supports standalone primary replicate topologies with separate read-write endpoint. Sentinel-based high availability is the next upcoming feature. Wow. This chart milestones. We're planning high availability. A lot of people have like anime avatars. There's like 2 people like in a row. I wonder, are these like characters in anything, or are these like all custom generated? Okay, hold on. Fuck. Seems like the official okay. The official, what is it called? Valkey supports Sentinel. on a fucking, what is it? Like at a random point in time, right? And then this thing's a couple weeks out, so it's like maybe I can use this, but I was trying to deploy this now. Maybe I just wait. Something else. I particularly want to set this up with some other setup. I can set it up as a non-high availability. Okay, I'll think about this, but I gotta take her out and I'll be back in a minute.
Permission requested. Command to add Valkey Helm repo and check available versions. Permission requested. Command to get default values for Valkey Helm chart version 093. Permission requested. Confirm Valkey deployment configuration.
The official... Wow, you want? Audio, yep. You gotta be careful, pup. That's why you don't put your ear there. I think she's good. She always tries to put her head on the right under the chair wheel, and then her ears get run over. I think it was too bad this time. Just by twice. Okay, the official Valkey charts. Replica mode requires persistence for replicas. Since you want cache only, we still use replicas. Did I close Claude? Oops. Close it.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
Okay, so we have a plan. Let's come back to this, which was implementing the clustering setup. Strong plan, it fits the codebase well. Cookie. What is a cookie? Freaking Google Photos gives me notifications like every day. We're turning into one of those companies. Get you to look at stuff. shitty products. Stable cookies. What the fuck is a cookie for? Why do we need a cookie for that? Put your ear underneath the wheel again, bud. Where is there cookie? I don't see any cookies. There's a cookie. Use a stable cookie. Oh, this instead of relying on build time default. The same image, same cookie assumption. The cookies, how they talk to each other? Here we go. Release distribution name. Pod IP is injected by Kubernetes. No release cookie needed. Same Docker image means same build time cookie. What? The build time cookie would be some random market secrets. Yep. Elixir releases, you don't explicitly set a cookie. Mix release generates one and bakes it into the release artifact image.
Permission requested. Execute exit plan mode with a custom plan. Permission requested. Execute exit plan mode with custom plan. Permission requested. Execute exit plan mode with custom plan.
I need to... I want to try to reach out to the guy. I can't remember his name right now. The guy, one of the guys who created WhatsApp and then funded Signal. I want to reach out to them and see if they have job openings, even though the website doesn't have them. Maybe he can hand me off to one of the engineering people. But I also want to talk to him about the idea of making this a non-profit. Happy groups. I do want to be a little bit further along, but I think I'd make happy groups a non-profit either way, because then I can spend my own money on happy groups and buy servers and stuff, and that becomes tax deductible from my income, which is really nice. Add a pod template checksum. So rotating release cookie triggers a rollout automatically? I see. That's interesting. So what happens if you change the cookie? The existing pods would still all talk to each other, but then new ones would be in their own new cluster until all the old pods were gone. This cookie is checked during Erlang node handshake, so running new pods with old cookie keep talking to each other. New leads talk to each other. Old and new pods cannot connect. During a Erlang update, you get a temporary partition. Cookie is read at boot. Changing the key secret alone does nothing. With your deployment strategy, the partition window lasts for the duration of the rollout. Once all old cookie pods are gone, the new cookie.
Permission requested. Execute exit plan mode plan.
Well, I wanted to do Valkey today. This is kind of what always happens. I make some title, start exploring the title, and
Permission
I realize,
requested.
oh,
Execute
I
exit
can't,
plan mode with custom plan.
I cannot do that thing today that I wanted to do. And then I find some other thing that also needed to be done. Do. Love easy changes like this. Come on.
I edited the TypeScript file K8s to add headless service to the returned object, and updated the index TypeScript file to include the release cookie secret and reference it in the resources. Then I marked task 6 as completed, set task 7 to in progress, and later completed it. And finally, I ran the pre-commit script, which passed all checks.
Fuck. Come on, brain. Two minutes of typing. You could try it. Two minutes of typing, alright. I'm not in a good state of mind to do this. I'm just gonna do a couple tries. One try wrong. Hmm. Hmm. $123. Been a little bit faster. All right, I reviewed the changes. Few small improvements. Quote release node for shell safety. Your checks and values use join pipe. This is deterministic, but I'd prefer having JSON string of a void delimiter collision edge cases. Current if DNS cluster query will accept empty string. Not setting. What do you think about these suggestions? That. So I could probably hit 130 on that. Yes.
I edited the shell script template at /home/jordangarsite/kiwi research/kiwi/app/happygroups/server/rel/env. sh. Eeks to wrap the release node value in quotes. Updated the TypeScript file at home/jordangarsite/kiwi research/kiwi/app/happygroups/server/infra/k8. ts to reformat the hash computation block. And modify the Elixir runtime configuration at /home/jordangarsite/kiwi research/kiwi/app/happygroups/server/config/runtime. X to use a with statement for the DNS cluster query environment variable. Then I ran the pre-commit checks using the moon quiet script.
A short note. So this you want to check some. This is rel. of these. This all looks fine. Cool. Let me see this release cookie.
I used the glob tool to locate the Pulumi YAML file in the server infrastructure directory and then read its contents. From the file, I extracted the defined stack name for the project. I explained that this is the stack name you should verify before proceeding.
PD app, happy group server. I didn't realize the command it gave me was. Staged all the changes. Go ahead. Keep them. No.
I created a commit that enables Erlang clustering for the happy group server, adding a rel/env, sh, each setting, and using the no-verify flag to bypass pre-run hooks and allow GPG signing. The commit message includes the feature, infrastructure, and app tags.
What am I doing? I did that. This is done. Continuously encrypt that. I think my camera is better. It looks like a little bit cinematic, but because it's just like a single shot, that's it's like a webcam. It ends up not looking cinematic because it's just a single shot. Valkey is a good direction and avoid putting it in core. Yeah, a real distributed state gap. Rate limiting in cache or in ETS, while apps run multiple replicas. Yes, moving limiter cache to Valkey will fix cross-pod inconsistency. Oh, solid next step. The part I'd change is placement. Core is intentionally as specific rate limiting traffic doesn't feel like core infrastructure. Not a bad thing. Interesting. We are going to be setting up Valkey for groups server. Take a look at cluster. Do you think belongs in core prod or at prod? Even if we put Valkey in app prod, it would be shared by everything in app prod. Even with an app prod, a single Valkey instance will be shared across all apps in that cluster. The distinction comes down to scope of sharing. Vitess/Kafka and core prod shared across all clusters. App prod, internal prod, etc. all connect to core prod. If you think internal prod or other clusters will eventually need Valkey too, then core prod makes more sense. It follows the same. Is there any kind of multi-tenant concept? I think one issue separate. Yes, there are a few options for increasing isolation. Key prefixes plus ACLs. Valkey inherits Redis 6 plus ACLs. And create per app users restricted to key patterns. Okay. Each app can only read write their prefixes. ACLs with the key prefix is probably the sweet spot. Real data privacy enforcement without the overhead of running multiple instances. Alright, yeah. I think to keep core prod. we do the happy groups migration stuff now, we probably want to make sure to use AC. Ice must flow. I want to keep it in for prod because you might want to use it for other stuff down the road. What do you think? Ah. 20mm. Claude. Currently using. F1.8. Mainly thinking.
Permission requested. Exit current plan mode.
All right, what do we got going on here? Wider lenses exaggerate features closer to the camera. And my nose looks big. Nose and forehead. I already have a big nose and a big forehead. So it's just kind of funny. Make it even bigger. Oh. Your current 20mm is already a bit wide. Huge jump. Operation low light. You'll get it. Both.
Permission requested. Command to check chart service. Permission requested. Command to check chart management of auth secrets and config maps. Permission requested. Command to view full Helm template output. Permission requested. Command to generate full Helm template with auth configuration.
But if these focal lengths, the difference would be subtle. I'm being too tight with no room. In the lens aberration where slight many modern lenses lost my music. It's not a property of the lenses at all, it's purely a function of camera to subject distance. At 2.5 feet, your nose is meaningfully closer to the camera than
Permission
I
requested.
see.
Exit current plan mode.
Hmm. $15, 100 watts. Seems safe. Definitely does not seem safe, but did you take the risk? All right. Valkey securities fail close. It's really a function of camera to subject distance. At 2.5 feet, your nose is meaningfully closer to the camera than your ears. It renders proportionally larger. That happens dead center in the frame. Cropping doesn't change. So I guess when I'm like looking to the side, it's actually just making my cheeks bigger. So if you shot at 18 millimeters from 2.5 feet and cropped to match the field of view, what is it doing here? If you shot at 18 millimeters from 2.5 feet and cropped to match the field of view 24, you'd have the same perspective as 18 millimeters at 2.5 feet. So between 18 and 24 millimeters, roughly the same distance, the perspective rendering on your face will be identical. I see. Oh my god. Picking up her Kong and throwing it around. Picks it up and throws it and hopes the peanut butter comes out. Sometimes it does. Pick it up. Oh. I think you've had that peanut butter, Miss Pop. I think the 18mm
Permission
is
requested. Exit plan mode.
significantly more expensive. I think I'd like the 18mm better for anything else. I like wide cameras. Wide lenses. What is the plan most now? Yeah, it's like $200 more expensive. A lot. Wonder why. Macro 4/3. You still need an app in for wiring. It really is amazing how different these models are. Engine. Dong dong.
Permission requested. Exit current plan mode. Permission requested. Test Helm chart template with ACL subcommand syntax. Permission requested. Query Valkey documentation for ACL subcommand syntax. Permission requested. Exit current plan mode.
You do have to maintain a clean room, and a significant amount of maintenance will end up being done by people who doing the primary work in the room. Care must be taken though, as cleaning procedures can stir up particles and I'll end up getting a job. Maybe I'll get a new lens. I don't think I can justify that right now. 400 is not too bad, but 650 is quite. This lens is mostly working. It would be nice if it was a little bit better, but because I think right now I'm having fun. I need to make sure I do this every day. I've just been very distracted with potentially World War III starting. It's kind of amazing how complacent everyone is. Like, the US is just so far from war for so long. Like, even Iraq, it's so far away. And I think people just forget that the Middle East is so different because it's just everyone there is so they just understand the war. Now Russia and Ukraine as well. Right now I'm on F4 with 6400 eyes. Right now my camera at night. that's a big jump. Coming from F4 to F1.8 is about 6400 ISO would become 13 over 400. What are the native ISO? For standard profiles, the dual native ISOs are 140. I'm shooting in Senate. Why did this stop? Did I do something? Why different? Would it be? The native ISO values differ because each profile applies a different amount of baseline gain. Vlog needs to capture a wide dynamic range, so it maps the sensor data differently. It pushes the base ISO up to 640, and the second native ISO to 4000 to accommodate that wide. The underlying sensor hardware is the same, it's just that each profile uses the dual circuit switchover at different points because your instinct is right. It's hard to match the in-camera processing in OBS. And the D is already doing a lot for you. It applies a gentle contrast curve, decent color rendering, and built-in noise handling. Vlog by contrast gives you flat, desaturated, low contrast. Pre-recorded video workflow. Oh, that's great for a live webcam feed through OBS. You need to apply a lot and hope lose any in-camera noise reduction that Sentinel uses quietly. Practical trade-off. Vlog at ISO 4000. I mean, your current lighting situation lands closer to the image coming into OBS would look terrible without. I don't understand. Everyone using the camera in low lighting situation using Vlog over anything else. Can't imagine everyone is using Vlog whenever someone. It's a really fair question. I think I was overemphasizing the native ISO thing in a misleading way. And people aren't all switching to Vlog for low light. Different native ISO numbers across profiles are a bit of a red herring. Yeah, that's fine. They don't mean vlog is inherently cleaner at higher ISOs. The numbers are different because each profile applies different amounts of gain. Vlog's base is 640, not because it's boosting anything for free, but because that flat low contrast log curve requires that as a starting point. If you shut the same scene at 6400 in Cinity and vlog, you wouldn't necessarily find vlog cleaner once you graded it back to a normal looking image. The noise just presents it. Vlog might look cleaner in the flat preview, but once you push the contrast and saturation back to match what Cinity gives you out of the box, you're in Cinity territory. You might even end up amplifying noise in the grade. People choose vlog for the dynamic range and grading flexibility, but not because it's a low light cheat code. What it made it sound like earlier. Someone shooting a narrative scene, bright highlights and deep shadows, wants that latitude. For a webcam in a room with fairly even lighting, you don't need 14 stops of dynamic range. You need a clean, good-looking image with no flashness. Alright. Yeah, right. Let's see. Can't spend still. I know for sure if I'm gonna have more money or not. In a precarious position if World War III starts, as I imagine most of the economy is. Nice, we even got some alerts. Broker rep. Oh, he said no rep. Kafka. Makes sense. Considering Valkey doesn't have broker.
Permission requested. Command to create directories for store behaviors and backends.
What do you want to do? Let's move to phase 2. Yeah, I think it makes sense to just hook this all up in a single commit so you can see how it's being used. If you were to go back and look at this commit. I have 4 Audible credits I need to use. I did a trial, and I also let it charge me another month. Left Hand of Darkness is a science fiction novel by Ursula. Ursula was an American author. She is best known for her works of speculative fiction. Her literary career spanned nearly 60 years. Left Hand of Darkness science fiction novel's popularity established. The novel is set in a fictional universe of hit cycle. A series of novels and short stories by Le Guin, which she introduced in the 1964 short story, The Dowry of It. The novel follows the story of Genli I, a human native of Terra, sent to the planet of Githen for a Kuman. A loose confederation. This is all my issue with sci-fi. I'm like, I can't remember all these names. I don't care enough. Like even like watch Lord of the Rings or something. I'm like, oh, what? A loose confederation plans I's mission is join the Kuman. But he is stymied by a limited understanding of their culture. Individuals on Githen are ambisexual, no fixed sex. This situation has a strong influence on the and its culture, and it creates a barrier. The Left Hand of Darkness was among the first books in the genre, known as feminist science fiction. Feminist examination of and science fiction. Major theme of the novel is the effect of sex and gender on culture and society, but particularly the relationship between I and Nestroven, the Genthian politician who trusts and helps. The book was published. The gender theme touched off a feminist debate over the depiction of the ambisexual Githenians. The novel also explores the interaction holding loyalty of its 2 main characters, the loneliness and ruthlessness of I, and the contrast between the religions of Githen and major nations. The Left Hand of Darkness has been reprinted more than 30 times and has received high praise from reviewers. Dispossessed, 1974 anarchist utopian science fiction. It is one of her 7 Danish cycles.
Permission requested. Command to run typecheck on all TypeScript projects.
It is one of a small number of books to win all 3 awards for Best Science Fiction or Fantasy Novel. It achieved a degree of literary recognition unusual for science fiction because of its exploration of themes such as anarchism, revolutionary societies, capitalism, utopia, individualism, and the novel features the development of the mathematical theory underlying a fictional Ansible. A device capable of faster than light communication, which can send messages without delay in between star systems. The device plays a critical role in the Hanich cycle. The invention of the Ansible places the novel first in the internal of the Hanich cycle, although it is 5th to be published. The Dispossessed started as a very bad short story, which I didn't try to finish but couldn't quite let go. There was a book in it and I knew it, but the book had to wait for me to learn. I need to understand my own passionate opposition to the war that we were endlessly, it seemed, waging in Vietnam and endlessly protesting at home. If I had known that my country would continue making aggressive wars for the rest of my life, I might have had less energy for protesting them. But knowing only that I didn't want to study war
Permission
no more,
requested.
I studied
Run
peace.
TypeScript type check in the Kiwi research project.
I started by reading a whole mess of utopias and learned something about pacifism and Gandhi and nonviolent resistance. This led me to the
Permission
nonviolent
requested. Run TypeScript link command.
anarchist writers Peter Kropotkin, Paul Goodman. With them I felt a great immediate affinity. They made sense to me in the way that Lao Tzu did. They enabled me to think about war, peace, politics, how we govern one another and ourselves, the value of failure, and the strength of what is weak.
Permission requested. Command to auto-format Elixir files in the Kiwi
So when I
research
realized that
project.
nobody had yet written an anarchist utopia, I finally began to see what my book might be. And I found that its principal character, whom I'd first glimpsed in the original
Permission
Misbegotten
requested.
story, was alive and
Run
well.
prettier on modified TypeScript files in the Kiwi research directory.
Sounds interesting.
Permission requested. Command to run prettier via Moon on Kiwi research project. Permission requested. Command to verify prettier passes.
We can read them in any order. They all take place in the same universe, but I don't think any of them
Permission
are direct
requested.
sequels.
Command to verify TypeScript type check passes. Permission requested. Command to verify Elixir formatting. Permission requested. Command to check formatting of new modified files in the Kiwi research project.
Greatest in the sense that it
Permission
is
requested. Compile Elixir with warnings as errors.
greatest in the sense that it has the largest and most long-lasting impact on science fiction as a genre. Greatest in the sense
Permission
that it expresses
requested.
self
Command to run all existing tests
I thought it was
excluding
for
Valkey
much
tests.
because at the same time it used the classic SF method of focusing on single technological shit. Fiction. Admittedly, there were many writers at the time doing some word things. The left hand is.
I ran prettier on the changed TypeScript files, then executed the lint and type check commands for both TypeScript and Elixir, verified formatting only on my modified Elixir files, compiled the Elixir code with warnings treated as errors, and finally ran the full test suite. All formatting checks passed, the compilation succeeded without warnings, and all 366 tests passed with 13 excluded, including the new Valkey tests.
Holy fuck. Maybe I should have known this is two separate things. That's fine. I don't really mind big commits as much anymore because of the LLM. It's easy to just get context from the commit. Like if you were looking at this again later, it's much nicer to have all of the related content together as opposed to having two separate commits. Like sure, a human can't easily get the full context around this. I don't think that matters as much anymore. Commits don't need to be these like small things. I can't choose to. Luna is great, but HHGTTG says. What is that? Okay, try again. Doing the Time Machine. I really like the Time. I like the newer. I never watched the older Time Machine. I really like the newer one. Not really like it, but it's interesting. At the Mountains of Madness, Hitchhiker's Guide up here. Your Android dream of electric sheep. This is a dystopian science fiction novel. In post-apocalyptic San Francisco, where Earth's life has been greatly damaged by nuclear war, the main plot follows Rick Deckard, a bounty hunter who has to retire. Six escape Nexus 6 android. While a secondary plot follows John Isidore, a man of low IQ who aids the fugitive androids. The book served as the basis for the 1982 film Blade Runner. What do we got here? Here are the fixes I do before merging. So Valkey uses secret keys like Happy Group's password, but the chart defaults to look up password key. Okay, we gotta do a couple things. We gotta compact, because we're completely out of context. Valkey uses secret keys like Happy Group's password, but the chart defaults to looking up password key equals username unless password key is set. This will break auth bootstrap. Either store key as Happy Groups, set password. Define ACL users without default. The chart validation requires default in ACL users when auth is enabled, so Helm render/apply is likely to fail. Starts Redis whenever URL exists, even if all backends are ETS. That makes rollout non-optional and can make boot depend on Valkey availability. Gate children on backend toggles, not just URL presence. Load scripts on both pools. Cache user ACL won't allow script commit. She'll always log startup errors. Load scripts only on secure target pools. This is two separate phases. Use SHA exclamation point raises, which bypasses fail open behavior if scripts weren't loaded. Secret checksum includes a Valkey password, but not Valkey host URL. If host changes, pods may not roll out. What else do we got here? Flowers for Algernon. There's so many sci-fi. Frankenstein. Audio level. It's okay. A little loud on my end. I'm reading Hyperion right now. It's probably the best app I've ever read. Okay, we compacted. Here. What do you think about these suggestions? The swarm song. Hyperion. Let's see. Science fiction, Dan Simmons, the first book of his Hyperion Canto series. It won the Hugo Award for Best Novel. The plot of the novel features multiple timelines, told from the point of view of many characters. It follows a similar structure to the Canterbury Tales. The framing narrative serves as a means to present the tales of a group of pilgrims set to Hyperion's tombs. Make a request of the Shrike, a metallic creature that is said to grant one wish to each pilgrim. How many books? Yeah. Broad narrative follows the misadventures of the last surviving man on Earth, Arthur Dent, following the demolition of the Earth to make way for the hyperspace bypass. Sorry, Earth.
I reviewed the Kubernetes TypeScript file, the Valkey store implementations in Elixir for the backoff limiter and line type cache, and the runtime configuration. And I explained the Helm chart's expected secret key format and how the backoff limiter store utilizes the SHA usage.
What do you think about these responses? Ben is rescued from Earth's destruction by Ford Prefect, a human-like alien. Electronic. Ben is rescued from Earth. Okay. By hitchhiking onto a passing Vogon spacecraft. Following his rescue, Den explores the galaxy with Prefect and encounters Trillian, another human who is taken from Earth before its destruction by the president of the galaxy, Zavad. Yeah, maybe I'll pick up these 3. And then the dispossessed. Maybe that's what I'll...
Permission requested. Command to run type check across all projects.
Spice must flow.
Permission requested. Command to compile Elixir with warnings as errors.
I wonder about Dune.
Permission requested. Command to check
Inside.
Elixir formatting on changed files. Permission requested. Command to verify form. Permission requested. Command to check prettier formatting on changed TypeScript files. Permission requested. Command to check prettier formatting on changed TypeScript files. Permission
This has often
requested.
heard
Command to
unfavorable
run all tests.
Seems pretty unfair. Dune is surely the better name.
Permission requested. Command to run all tests in the Happy Group server. I noted that the dialyzer failure was a pre-existing issue in verification X line 272 and not caused by my changes. I compiled the Elixir code with warnings as errors, checked and fixed formatting for several Elixir and TypeScript files, edited the Valkey Elixir file to simplify the logger warning line, and then ran all tests, which all passed.
When Asimov returned to Foundation long after they returned to Chile, he not only failed to recapture the magic, but in my opinion, failed to write in a way like the writing that made his name. Ursula Le Guin's Part 4, the Earthsea trilogy was a big disappointment. She redeemed it to some extent with the 5th book, but even that was nowhere near as good as the original. Tolkien's Silmarillion is beloved by some, but many people who enjoyed The Lord of the Rings found it difficult and Herbert always claims that the point of Dune was to show why you shouldn't blindly follow a leader. However, that isn't the point of Dune, it's the point of Dune Messiah. If you read Dune, but didn't read any further, you would read it as celebrating a great leader. Asimov had a similar problem with the Foundation. He didn't like the idea of humanity steered by psychohistory. Le Guin was a more complicated person. She was troubled by the fact that as a feminist writer, she often wrote more from a male perspective. However, this couldn't be the whole story, as the tombs of Aton, I don't know how to say that, was primarily from a female perspective. However, her science fiction tended to be much grittier and more realistic, and this used Tahanu. These sci-fi names are just... it's like... maybe that's why Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is... like, they're just normal names. It's the future. This is not because they were science fiction. Fantasy writers T.S. Eliot later rejected the worldview of Wasteland, and Conan Doyle tried to kill off Sherlock Holmes because he was fed up with him. For Herbert, he spent most of Dune Messiah trying to correct the, to him, wrong conclusions drawn by Dune. He returned to form with Children of Dune. However, on the return to the trilogy much later, he failed to recapture any of the magic. Both Herbert and Asimov perhaps lost sight of what made them superb science fiction writers. Science fiction explores an idea to its uttermost. This is exactly what they did with Dune and the Foundation trilogy, respectively. Science fiction readers don't need to keep believing this after the book is over. Science fiction readers respect that the premise was taken to the final conclusion, even if they don't want to live in the world they've just explored. We need to remember that the Foundation trilogy, Dune, the Earthsea trilogy, and of course The Lord of the Rings are monuments in the world of fantasy and science fiction, and none of the authors were able to reduce them to the same extent. It's disappointing for some readers, but this doesn't take anything away from the fact that they were among the best science fiction or fantasy ever written. Most of us would be glad to have ever written anything half as good. That's funny. It's funny how easy it is to be critical of everything, of people, of ideas and stuff. How hard it is to actually execute good ideas. There's apparently a lot of confusion about the order of the books. Tolkien wrote and completed The Hobbit first. His publisher asked for a sequel. At that point, he started to compile his various notes into what eventually became the Silmarillion series. However, his publisher rejected the idea, so he wrote The Lord of the Rings instead and incorporated as much of the additional material as he could into the appendices. He explains this in the introduction to The Lord of the Rings. He continued to work on the notes in the Silmarillion, and we have now short answer. Okay. Book of the New Sun is a 4-volume science fantasy novel written by Gene Wolfe. The work is in 4 parts, with the 5th novel acting as a coda to the main story. It inaugurated the solar cycle that Wolfe continued by setting other works in this. It chronicles the journey of Severian, a journeyman torturer from the Order of the Seekers of Truth and Penance. After helping a client kill herself, he is exiled in disgrace to journey to the distant city of Thrax, where he is to live out his days as their executioner. Varian lives in the ancient city of Nessus in a nation called the Commonwealth. ruled by a Tark in the southern hemisphere, is at war with Assia, its totalitarian northern neighbor. First-person narrative purportedly translated by a wolf. English. Set in a distant future when the sun has dimmed and the earth is cooler. Too many books. Time for all that. So I just want like a few of the best. Fun fact, Frank Herbert submitted Dune to more than 20 publishers, each of whom rejected it. The novel was finally accepted and published in August 1965 by Chilton Books, a printing house better known for publishing auto repair.
I explained that items 1, 4, and 7 are already fixed and identified the remaining concerns. The secret key should be simplified to use the username directly instead of relying on the chart's password key feature. And the Valkey test infrastructure needs to be fixed, so the mix test only Valkey command works against a running Valkey. I asked if I should go ahead with both changes. Want me to go ahead with both?
Like Hyperion's a must read. Let's see. I'm listening to Hyperion, the whatever preview, and it's like, man, there's just so much like, and it's not a flowery language, but just like adjectives describe everything. Like, it's good, I guess, for imagining, but it's like also not good for imagining because it's telling you exactly, and it's like using words that I have no idea what the person means. So it's like, it'd be almost more interesting to have more space and less description.
Permission requested. Command to compile Elixir with warnings as errors. Permission requested. Command to check prettier formatting on changed TypeScript files. Permission requested. Command to check Elixir formatting on Permission requested. Command to run all tests in the Kiwi server application. I read the existing data case file, created a new Valkey case template in Elixir, and updated 3 Elixir test scripts to use this template. I then marked the related tasks as completed or in progress, compiled the project with warnings treated as errors, checked prettier on the changed TypeScript files, verified Elixir formatting, and ran the full test suite, which all passed.
Mm. Gotta make sure my stuff's still working. How many dropped frames do I have? Yeah, 1% dropped frame. Fucking Erlang. I'll have to try 1,000. I think it'll keep up with 4. I'll have to try. This work on the fly? We'll see if I have less dropped frames. state of mind to do this right now. No, this is. I'll probably have to take a look at all this tomorrow. I think the answer here is Hyperion, Dune, and then one of these, either the Left Hand of Darkness or I think we don't control out the green cube. Left Hand of Darkness. That'll be interesting. I keep forgetting I need to do things. So I think the answers are Dune, Hyperion, The Left Hand of Darkness. We'll do this.
Permission requested. Command to compile Elixir with warnings as errors.
I picked it. Dune, Hyperion. Really don't understand. Good job. Shitty. Yeah.
Permission requested. Command to check prettier formatting on changed TypeScript file. Permission requested. Command to check Elixir formatting on changed files.
How does Audible work? There's like some amount of books you can free. They kind of have like a rotation of books you can listen to. And then you get like a credit every. Cool.
Permission requested. Command to run all tests in the Kiwi server application. I simplified the Elixir application file by adjusting the Valkey children function to check the configuration and determine if security is needed. And I renamed a variable in the Valkey case test support file to use key patterns. I integrated boot validation into task 18, added a validation that raises when the Valkey backend lacks a URL, updated the relevant task statuses,
Maybe I
and
didn't need
ran
to buy the
compilation,
dispossessed because
formatting,
I
and
think
test suites, which all
it's just
passed.
free. Minutes. Gotta get this wrapped up. Ready for me to review it. I need to look at all this. Tomorrow I have no idea
Permission
what the fuck it's
requested.
doing here.
Compile Elixir project with warnings as errors.
We created some Lua script.
Permission requested.
In
Command to check
Valkey, like
Elixir
how
file
is this
format.
set up?
Permission requested.
And then there's
Command
different
to run all
options
tests.
around using this stuff. I'm gonna have to ask a bunch of questions tomorrow. This is pretty complicated for me. It's getting rate limiting done, but it's nice to have a cache. Nice to have a cache. But everything else is more than I thought it'd be.
I read the Valkey test file and edited it to add a new describe block for NOSCRIPT resilience. Then I compiled the project with warnings treated as errors, checked that the file was properly formatted, and ran the entire test suite.
After this song, after this, for this last little. That's pretty slow. Oh, Dulesky.
read the backoff limiter Elixir file and the rate limiter Elixir file, and I explained how each module implements its respective backoff and rate limiting logic, detailing the key functions and configuration options. I removed the unused fields to map helper from the Elixir store, updated the init functions in the backoff limiter and rate limiter Elixir modules to schedule cleanup only when using the ETS backend, and changed the rate limiter nonce generation to include the node name for cross-pod uniqueness. I added a Lua script for atomic backoff checks, registered it, rewrote the check call to use EVALSHA, fixed the eviction alert expression, inserted a blank line in the production TypeScript configuration, and marked all 5 tasks as completed.
Libcluster scripts in Valkey are useful because they let us run multiple read-write steps as one atomic operation. Dad.
I recommended adding targeted tests for the decay path and empty key case in check backoff, Lua, and an explicit NOSCRIPT recovery test for backoff limiter, store, Valkey. Check, while noting that staging validation can be done with a curl query to Victoria metrics. Want me to add tests for 1 and 2? I read the backoff limiter and rate limiter Valkey test files. I edited the backoff limiter Valkey test file to replace the clear describe block with a check Lua script paths block and added a new NOSCRIPT resilience describe block. And then I read the file again to verify the changes. I explained that the backend toggle is configured in 3 places: ETS in the test configuration, Valkey in the production runtime configuration, and ETS as the default. And that this isn't a rollout mechanism, but a permanent setup, because tests and development lack a Valkey instance. I noted that while the need security and
These
needs
changes
cache
are probably good, but I
granularity could mix
gotta
backends
take
for
a
store,
over how all
in
this works
practice, it's all ETS
tomorrow.
for test and development
So
and
I'm
all
gonna wrap it
Valkey
up
for
today.
production, and that the fail open behavior
Well, I'm gonna
is a
take a look
deliberate
over all these
resilience choice,
changes.
so there's nothing to clean up.
After this is done, yeah, I'll get to testing registration a little bit. See if all that works well. And start getting this stuff set up, and then yeah, these 4 things. And we are gonna do history from day 1. And we'll just do web. I can't commit to doing mobile right now. If I do web and people use it, then I'll do mobile after that. But mobile's its own whole thing. When it bugs me, then I'll do mobile. I'm kind of fine with just having a good mobile site. Anyway, if anyone's watching, thanks for watching. Have a good rest of your night, morning, afternoon.